the Morgan, half a day and heck in. It's time for more Disco Elysium. We're on day 5. Ruby most likely did the shot. We're so close. How close? I don't know. We did oodles of side quests. And as we know from last time, all I did was walk over here. I haven't clicked on anything. I haven't talked to anybody. I was like, let's just walk over here so we can get the ball rolling. Right? Gotta explore the coast. That's what we're doing. That's at nighttime. Nighttime. Never gonna happen. So it's like, we're looking through the coast for Ruby. There's signs of her at least. Maybe I talk to her again. Maybe she's seen
Our
Ruby?
tenant, please.
Seen Ruby?
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
Alright. Kim, we're gonna go explore the coast. Children, have you seen a red-haired woman called Ruby?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches.
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't look like he knows what that means.
Yes. Yes.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches.
Okay. Don't tell me Ruby's like in the bunker. Well, I'm trying to get around this rock, please. Hello! Nina, hello, Blob Overlord. Hello, Lewis. Again. We're trying to find signs of Ruby. But alas, she is not here. I would say I'm doing okay. I feel like a smidge under the weather. So if my energy is a little bit low, that's why. But other than that, doing great. I was supposed to play Warframe yesterday with the roomie, but I just took a fat nap. And that fat nap turned into a sleep. So by the time I woke up, it was like 10 p.m. and I was like, oh, where? What'd I miss? And like in the middle of like waking up, I like saw the tail end of like one of the new missions for Warframe, and I was like, "What's going on?" And he's like, "I don't know." And I was like, "I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but I'm sad." It was very sad. I was not ready for such emotions as soon as I woke up. I don't want to spoil too much. So I'm gonna say the one with Lloyd. Yeah, the one with Lloyd. And what's his name? Something Entrababi? Albrecht Entrappy? He's some smart guy. I cried. Wasn't ready for it. I'm a Warframe vet. I've done all missions, so you don't have to worry about spoilers to me specifically. Yes, for you, but like if someone else happens to be lurking, they'll be like, But I believe it's one of the new missions. It's from TennoCon. And I know they said that this mission, if this is the mission that he was doing, is supposed to link like some other thing in 1999. And based off what I saw, I think it is that mission because it definitely linked to 1999 based off the little demo we saw during TennoCon. Which doesn't look good. To the Feld sign. I remember that's like the whole reason we're here is for that L sign. Because that's probably gonna help us get up. Well, hello, suspicious people.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Huh?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into verbs lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
Wow, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad.
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
I just noticed the graffiti. I'm so sorry.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off.
Let's see, the mission you're talking about was released December of last year, and yeah, it'd be heckin' emotional at the end, though I would say there are 2 pre-press that are even more emotional. Is that when it got released? It seemed pretty new, because at the end of it, something, 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 and then poof, into the guy from the 1999 thing we saw in TennoCon. So, like, has he been around for a while? I thought he was brand new.
He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone.
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
Oh, should I need the name of it?
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
No, I don't want that Lloyd. I want the other Lloyd. I don't want... That might help. The mission's about him.
Hold on. What's R&D?
The 1990 guy, he only appears in the beginning of that quest. In this quest, he's at the very end. And then Albert shows up. Because the freaking cat showed up. And I was like, oh, Kitty! And then I was like, oh, wait. This looks menacing. Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can find it. Yeah, because there's the portrait of Albrecht, but it's the 1999 Albrecht. That's nothing. I just know we're in his lab.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
I look up missions that deal with him.
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Maya Kalpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead. It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Hold on. I think I found it. I think I found what mission. Okay, yeah, so it is the December mission. Yeah, December 13th. The main quest, Whispers in the Walls.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
Oh, and it became replayable. Or was made replayable last month.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Tape computer?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
Cool computers.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Ferris wheel. Ferris wheel. I was like, what kind of wheel? Ferris wheel.
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Whispers in the Walls. I double checked it and I saw the little bulletin points for the quest. So yeah, I wake up to the tail end of that mission. And I think I wake up when we're introduced to a person who then introduces us to cute creatures. And then there's hints of something. And I'm just like, And then sure enough, confirmation. And then I was just sobbing because I was like, and I just looked at my roommate and I was like, don't you ever leave me behind.
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
Are you telling me the company people got shot? In that other building?
He means that. The boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
The child have his innocence.
Tape computers. They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans le Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book. Already.
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with.
But if you close your emotional damage, emotional damage, emotional damage, emotional damage.
Barth, what you doing coming in with the gifted subs? Thank you. Heck, Ian. How are you this lovely Monday morning?
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center?
Exactly. That's what got me giggling.
He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Joost?
The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
Him?
In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. So they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience, but those are incorrect. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. But of course, what else? Sure, but of course, what else?
You know?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not...
No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing.
Of course, Detective, I wouldn't have assumed anything else. Matter of fact, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice has published a rather interesting paper on the criminal profiling in former socialist states. Have you read it? If not, then you definitely should. If not for tips and tricks, then just for theoretical curiosity. Anyway, that's just a little something that sprang to... No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Okay.
You see, once bright, a slogan used to intertwine with above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Feld Electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms. Feld Electrical, you only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
Found the empty trap. Heard Lena's true story. Reconstructed execution. Established the nightclub. Discovered the anomaly. Death notification. Found the jacket. Can I do anything else to boost my shivers? Surely I have clothing that could, give me more. And if not, I do have a skill point that we can throw into it. Shivers. Shivers. Was I looking for blue? I was. What I get for thinking shivers is a purple color. It is. It is a pink color. Nice. Oop. Loses the shivers. What's this? Beautiful tie. I don't know how that tie gives me plus more to shivers, but who am I to question it? Perfect.
The once bright mural towers above you,
Okay.
saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
We had Shivers 3 at 97, now a Shivers 6 at 97.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen did not. And now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least.
See? It was useful.
And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too.
See? Useful.
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
It's gonna come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast.
Listen to that wind.
Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it, in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
She's down there.
Okay, why?
The wind told me. I could just see Kim being like, huh? Is that the weirdest thing you've said today? Sweet. Strange calls. The wind told me.
So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Let's go.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Fair.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
Hello. Wanna climb through a sewage pipe? You do make a valid point. I could climb up there and it could just cook her. Or just like don't want that. Don't want that.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the Feld building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions. perhaps a basement access. Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder. An ordinary drainage pipe. Darkness. As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side. And nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around. And it's right here, a maintenance door.
It's jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one.
Broke into Kuno's apartment, broke into the communist apartment, broke a bookstore door. Alright, let me get stronger. Let me put my strong clothes on, okay? Physical instrument. Look at those pants. So slick. So fancy. Oh, I forgot to mention, because you asked me how I was. In other news, besides feeling slightly under the weather, we finally hit 50,000 on the YouTubes. Which means we're halfway to a button. So I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Just gotta keep working. Slowly grinding out all the wonderful games. Bit by bit. Shirt. That's right, this has a +1 to keep on that shirt. I have a jacket that also made me strong. Okay, yeah, it's just the pants. Just the pants.
Behind the pipe,
Let's go.
the maintenance door. The metal doors are heavy, and the flaking rust hurts your palms. But, together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze in.
Good work. Shall we?
Remember, we gotta be back here in like 12? No. 13 hours. We go back in 13 hours. It's nighttime. Oh, the stuff can like another level up. Oh, that's the exit. Put me back down. I thought I was just gonna be looking at something. I didn't realize that was an exit point. Silly me, not seeing the tiny door icon.
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components. Yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system.
So it is. I think these used to form a single system, slotted in the wall.
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced.
Sorry, I was hearing weird noises outside the window, so I was like,
The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean. These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find that device here. You will be disappointed.
All you'll find here is pain.
I mean, you never know, Kim. Ooh. Suit jacket. Plus to our suggestion now. Let's go. Slept here in months, maybe. Lots of dust and spiderwebs.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Look, Kim.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Right, we just did.
A mustachioed and
Just double check. I could wear that to my meeting. I could wear that to my meeting. Oh, so cool. Oh, footprints. This one appears to be more worn than the other. I'm gonna save just in case there's a booby trap or something. Like, I feel like somebody would lay booby traps. Oh, back it up. What was that?
there it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
We absolutely cannot skip that appointment. Consider that 100% confirmed. I fear you'll need your gun for this.
Wait, are you saying if I go on, we're gonna actually run into Ruby and, like, I won't be able to do the stuff I've been doing?
His hand rests on his holster. It's not enough. You need a gun in your hand too. Your gun.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her. The Union is watching her closely now.
Not closely enough, you suspect. But still, good idea to visit her once more.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
Ah, it's the maintenance people. It's like they're replacing somebody's washer.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Are You tell me I should. Okay, we're not gonna go deeper then. That seems like a bad choice. We are not gonna go deeper. We'll explore upstairs. I thought upstairs was where she's hiding at, but I guess she's hiding in the basement. Save, just in case we're wrong. Usually when a video game says there's no turning back, except postcard. Glasses covered. Does it take me to the roof? Let's go. Someone's fault, lock me down. Walk there slowly. Oh, I probably couldn't even come up here if I wanted to. The ladder's all bent and broken. Found that camera. Can I go on this roof? No. Alright, well. Yeah, looks like we go. I mean, we have some money, right? So I guess we could maybe hit up the bookstore, find that thing that talk to our little disco orange friend. I think really that's all we can do. So we'll sit, wait for the time to pass for our meeting with the pigs. Again, what a great name. No, I think that seems to be like. I definitely want to do my meeting with the pig because I get my gun back. I might need my gun. Because if Ruby really did plan this guy's murder just because her not girlfriend was talking to him and doing stuff and she enjoyed his company, then who's to say Ruby didn't have a gun? You know? What if she threatens Kim? I can't. Kim is my buddy, my bestie, my partner. I have to shoot the suspect to save Kim. I will do it. I might hesitate for a good while, but I'll do it. Check. Oh, we have our meeting tonight too. Got our communist friends. Madame.
Hello, officer? I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
She smiles, a bitter little smile. She means it.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone, I mean?
The snow falls on her shoulders, then melts in her light blonde hair, cold and soft.
I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility. For my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on. Did I? Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me then? What I managed was to get him killed. I'm the love that does people in, remember?
The lieutenant looks away, over the railing. He feels uncomfortable with this conversation. He doesn't know what to add.
I don't know what to say. None of this is fortuitous for me.
She nods, slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes.
Oh,
Did you take the documents?
no, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them.
Did you tell Ruby about those documents? Because maybe she took them and she's gonna use them to run.
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. And I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
Okay. Right, we read this. This physically hurt us. I kinda want to finish reading, but I also don't want to die. To the caravan. When you're ready. No, Union business might end when you do. It's very much like a don't go here unless you're ready. We have 2? That's busted. That's busted. Joyce, I think, is also busted because we talked to her about the hail, but I'll double check. That's busted. I'm not going to ask her. Wash basin. I know it's in the village, but I'm like, where? Do they mean the old lady? I thought we already talked to her. That might also be another busted check, too. It's okay, we got 2 skill points that we can spend. Hey, Kim. Let's go to the library. Read some books, you know? Get some knowledge kind of vibe.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Just start looking.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely
$9. That's a lot for a book.
a small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games.
It's like it's gonna be one of those, like, you can only buy one kind of games.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring
Oh. Is there magic?
shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
That might be a good book. It's not too expensive.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. This bookstore is not
Okay, let's buy the cheap one. That way we have money for leftover in case, you know, we need to buy medicine.
shelves full of
A true cultural touchstone.
The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first innocence? Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. A pop quiz is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. Such exams allow the teacher to assess how thoroughly the students have retained the material at hand. Voila. Now blast that first innocence. Thanks for nothing. Dolores Day. Dolores.
Dolores Day?
Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern, she was powerful and beautiful on all her icons. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. You see a flash silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde hair. You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps? Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one. A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the ice, and the humans. That is unimportant to the quiz. Stop thinking about this. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous century and even lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner who spoke her mind and largely left history to its own devices, encouraging people to excel on their own rather than prescribing to a deified model of history. She is often called Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Aurum. As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party. Question 2. Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. An innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world, a literal personification of history. Traditionally, an innocence, when anointed, assumes supreme rule over the Occident or the known world in general, at least the parts that matter. I can do better. Okay, so commonly an innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as unnecessary. The innocence wins because an innocence can't help. Great, Dolores.
Right, Dolores?
Incorrect again. While she originated many modern institutions, launched several successful expeditions, and was even critical of the innocentic system itself, and somehow keeps popping up in your mind, she is not often considered the strongest. Even though the words most associated with her rule are l'amour, la compassion, la autodiscipline, love, compassion, self-control, which could be seen as facets of strength. Would you like to try again? Please, relax. Incorrect. Vespa Messina is not a person, but a defunct state on the southeastern coast of the Occident. It used to take up most of the peninsula before separating into the republics of Vespa and Messina. Care to try again? Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party, during the time of the Pericarnacian. This, the world's oldest international organization, spends its time in search of either the re-emergence of the innocents or new members. There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. It's not my fault. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful. Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Ernau Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? The most important of them all. The most precious to humankind. I've got it. Honest. Of course, this is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is Franco Negro. 0 doubts, while it was actually her. Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence. A most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from inter-esolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow, and more beautiful. And more beautiful. And more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get...
I think I only got 1 out of... No, I got 2 out of 4 correct on the first try.
a D. Not particularly remarkable, but technically a passing grade. Not that anyone really expected better. You would have done better if you'd just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
Damn you, arrogant book.
What's going on with you?
Thinks it's so smart. The book is unfair.
Okay.
You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answers.
So what happens if I
Browsing through
open
the book
it again?
your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. It seems rather unfair. Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he. But Franco Negro as the first in question 2. Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, correct. Franco question 3. Got it under control. Correct. The most finals. I've got it. Honest. Correct. Everything and more be. Congratulations on finishing the test. Again. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get an A. All correct. Impressive. Oddly so. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well done. The lieutenant is doing his best to ignore your behavior. Yeah, sure. It's so much easier once you know.
Look at that, we were able to kill about 2 hours. Yay! That's pretty much it, besides the communist meeting and the pigs meeting. Pretty much it. Let's go buy some medicine, buddy. I'd rather be prepared than not, you know?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled.
Okay, here. I hope so.
Thank
Okay, here.
I think I have, like, some.
The tear machine stand. Your bottles clunk into the... Do you know what you should do with that money, kid?
No, I know. There we go. We have health. We have morale. I think really, besides the 2 meetings, it's kind of... We'll wash basin, but I'll do that when I go. Alright, Cam, we're gonna go sit on this bench. No, we have to spawn in there with her. So let's do the pigs meeting first. than the communist meep. I don't want to mess it up, you know? Ooh, do need interfacing. But I'm like, be enough? I think, what, with our current interfacing, it's still like at 8%. It is something we haven't checked today. And we'll chat with Joyce just to make sure there's nothing else in her dialogue. Right, this looks like a wash basin, but you're not letting me chat it up.
Our tenant, the policeman.
Oh, I know what they mean by wash basin. It's for shaving off my beard. No. Joyce, do you have any hidden dialogue that I didn't do?
You're back. I fear I've told you all I know. The sailor's soul would you... Is there anything else?
I just realized I could make my life a lot easier by just doing a quick search. Be like, look, is she busted? Or is it hidden in one of her many dialogue choices? So let's check real quick. This the final cut. It's not this. Sir. Ish. You can trigger the side quest by talking to Joyce and agreeing to solve a drug problem. How do you throw her off? Spencer wants you dead. I appreciate her so much. Still, still hard lock on day 2 if you don't have money for the room. That's an option. Oh. Conversation. Soft lock. I got soft locked in the conversation. My Harry has a psych volition 1 base, no creative drugs. I spammed SL and abolition check to beg money and difficulty 12. Presented me 3 dialogues. Said simplified asking too little and 10,000 or too many. She's willing to pay, but she did missed all requests. Harry and I ran out of dialogue options, unable to conclude conversation, unable to end conversation. What do you? Oh, like she just gets stuck on that as an option? Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. That's good. Yeah, I can see it in a guide. Like where this is. I believe this has to do with the hail, but I just want to see like somewhere in a specific conversation. Show your badge. Pass a check. Remember that the order of investigation steps presented in this walkthrough are just one way to complete. Depending on your choices and skill checks, the order of events may occur differently, or more go here. Want more info on this? Hello? Okay. I had to click specifically the word. Oh, and then it just takes me to the beginning of the friggin' thing. Alright. We'll just go through it, just to see.
You're back. Good. I fear I've told you all quite a few.
What next?
Then he made his reversal.
The old...
You see...
I can't.
In my...
That
For all the boys looking for an adventure.
Is there anything else?
She's not even asking you anything.
Oh,
It's
there we
so
go.
easy.
A takeover.
Yeah, tell her.
If they're taking it,
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot, like a cancer of the blood.
then we're talking about a war. Evrart needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this. An insane goal. Cronell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship. The one after that, 100.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Cronell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do? I'm afraid we won't disco our way out of this one.
Yeah, I'm like, not my decision.
Of course. Your job is to clean up after them. And it looks like there will be a lot of cleaning to be done in the near future. What will I do?
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown. It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years. The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds. It was anything but normal. There was no precedent. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry.
Called Volta do Mar, or Return from the Sea.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor. There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill. So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancialinde, Lancialinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God.
You've thought it a million times.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lysergique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's counselor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high. On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later.
I don't think you guys can hear, but they're drilling, so if you hear a buzzing in the background, it's that.
The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, Detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune. In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls. The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us. All in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations. Gunboat economies. Or they came to do the same for us. Or had done to each other. But here, there was no one but the skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain, revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism. It is Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
Oh.
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground. Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
I was saving my points for the interfacing, but she's gonna leave, so. And look how close we are to leveling up.
There are no employers. She's a member of the board, probably a partner.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
That's right, Detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you or not. Events are already in motion. Whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress, even the lieutenant cannot really say.
Ooh. Even after all this time, I still don't really understand who you are or what your angle is. I answer for my own actions. I don't hide behind some basic organization.
I have not deceived you. I showed you who I was. Rejoice Layton. Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Crenell's investigation?
A confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves.
Oh.
Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties. Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And no, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, Madame. I am very sane.
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing, and I've got it bad.
She would die to return to it. The Pale, the past, anything one can return to.
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola, the Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Easlary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
No. No.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay. With worry in his eyes, he does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything. You wonder what Everard has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
Alright, so now you're saying I should go talk to Everett? Okay. I think we can manage that. Plus we got time. so might as well. Still don't understand. Maybe the game was just messy. Alright, I guess we'll talk to Everard, and then we'll come back here and sit on that lovely bench until the pig shows up. Gotta be in the area. Talk to her, get my gun, head to the boys, have our communist meeting, and then to the basement. And maybe that will be the end. Maybe there'll be more. Who knows? But also, she did make a very good point. Am I wearing it? No, I'm wearing the glove. There. My chest and my hands are safe. So at least that's protected. Where are you going? You are going the wrong way, sir. Keep going behind the fence! Let's see, Harry. I wonder if he has anything new to say.
Right, 2, 1.
Nope. Probably still very much the same. I should have still the same too. I still can't believe we got in the container. Maybe I should put him back up so no one bothers him, since he has to travel the container for safety. You know what? I'm here. I just wanted to see if there's like anything.
Numerous empty wine bottles glisten in the rain. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. Yes, this scene isn't exactly ripping with joy. Let's just move on.
Thanks, Kim.
This is the night watchman's. Take it. It's just there.
I suppose René is not going to be needing it anymore. It's a bit too colorful for my taste, though.
It's good.
Fantastic. Try not to wear it with other similarly colorful clothes, okay?
Wait, what's his uniform? Yay. Alright, let's get him to safety.
A rusting control panel. Crane does not return to its original. Crane does.
Never mind, he is exposed. To say, because Everett jokingly told me to talk to you, but that was
Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you. Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about? Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does, but a very smart fellow. Very smart fellow indeed. He's away on some union business. Not even in Revershaw, they say. All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both do when they're on a vacation. Right now, it's Mr. Everett's turn to look after the union. But last year he spent a whole winter in South Africa. Left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the trees were green again.
South Safri. A lot of bulk chemical manufacturing going on there. A lot of cargo shipments being made, too.
He's a union man through and through. Good guy. He's very calm, laid back, doesn't do much, talks to Everett sometimes. Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes him. Yes, they do. I think that's what he does. He makes everyone feel a little better. Whoa, He's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really understand most of what he's saying. Actually, I don't think he would like me running my mouth about him like that. Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some Union men. Heh, I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because he ran right off. Another time he almost killed another guy, but I shouldn't talk about that. Who do you mean, mister?
You do realize he might just be a figment of your imagination, right?
I don't know anyone like this, mister. Maybe he's one of Mr. Everett's fancy friends. He knows all kinds of fancy people with suits and purdy carriages.
He really feels very uncomfortable discussing matters related to Everett with...
Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat, they say. His veins are probably filled with salt water, I tell you. Nice, friendly sort, old Titus is. I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Everett would like it very much. You better ask him yourself, mister. The night guard, he was a peculiar fellow. Headstrong and proud. We didn't really talk all that much. He died recently. Something with his ticker. Sure, mister.
So odd that I have to go around. Step. Alright, buddy.
So, the ship has sailed. Did you see it? I know you did. Tell me, what did it look like as it grew smaller and smaller when that mainsail dropped behind the horizon? Did it look like a germ? Did it look like a piece of bacteria?
His tone is totally different now. The jolly man of the people is gone, and so is the smile. You get a sinking feeling.
Don't worry, Harry. He does. At least I think he does.
You wanted us to relay all this information to her.
That this is a takeover? That I want a war? God, I hope you also told her about the drug trade. They absolutely hate getting their hands dirty with that. You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck. No, no, Harry. What we have is real. We're working men. This here is real. Harry. I can't see into the future. We are all playing by ear on this planet. I had no idea she'd react so strongly. I did. I knew the negotiations would go better with police officers telling her horror stories from inside the harbour. It's scarier this way. Turns out it was a magnificent strategy. I never thought it'd so fundamentally fuck her up. Harry, I bunked her cabin. I bunked her whole boat. I had cameras surveying her boat. Hell, I even wanted to bug that thermal cap, but my boys advised against it.
They must have done it while Joyce was busy questioning the locals.
Not me personally. I had guys recording and processing this information for me. Hell no! They'd fuck it up. They can't do anything right. I mean my real boys. My special task force boys.
Where are these boys?
They sure as hell aren't hanging out in the open with beers in their hands for the cops to question. They're pros, Mr. Kitsuragi. Harry, you made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself. Against you? Oh, Harry, I'd like to think I used it for you. Of course she did. Rich people have the best stories about all the interesting things they've done and seen, all the beautiful places they've been to. It's just sentimentalism. She can afford to be sentimental, and she can afford to lose as well. She's not insane. What did she tell you? No, she's not. She's a sentimental alcoholic. They all are. Never take a drop and you'll be 8 laps ahead of those upper-class winos. Just like old Mr. Clare here. Try it. You'll be a real super detective. I can see that, Harry. Alcohol has left its marks, but you're doing better than when I first saw you. Rich man is shitting himself. The working class sober. What was always going to happen? We take the harbour and she fucks off to Ozon, uncorks a bottle of wine, calls her partners, and says they need to distance themselves from this nasty business before the big shit spinner splashes everyone. Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire. Harry, when I need to tell people, I might as well do it myself. That's why I like initiative, and inspiring initiative. It's more natural that way.
And safer too. You never know who you can trust.
You knew something big, and you wanted to see what happens when you tell someone. So you told her. Anyone who's ever been close to power will tell you, inside information is the sweetest thing in the world. It's better than money. It's better than pussy. Money only makes you special for some salesmen. Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special for all mankind. It's the ticket to history. Right on, Harry. What you did was participate in history. When history calls, you have to pick up. You had no choice. None of us ever do. A hard disco cop like you, I knew you weren't one to resist temptation.
You know what, detective? I am going to leave this out of my report, and I suggest you leave it out of yours too.
Yeah.
Just look at the three of us. The three careless boyaderos. Good times, good times.
Okay, so what now? So, spread those arms.
Now we let bygones be bygones because there's work to do. For me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's have it. What can I help my best friend and comrade with today? Mega rich lightbending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there? Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich lightbending guys.
There was a guy in the container, but he didn't bend any light. That was in the detective's head.
Honestly, guys, we might be moving a spot of drugs through this harbour, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega rich. I have a reputation to protect.
Tightly regulated? What? What are these answers?
You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container and harvest his energy to power the harbour's fog lights. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
Not for 1 second did he believe there's an actual mega-rich person somewhere in his container town.
Oh, okay. Well then, goodbye, Everard. To the fishing village. To pass time. A lot of back and forth today, but, you know, maybe we're getting towards the end. We did get another point in level. We're again close to one. I can get my insurance. Well, I do want to try and open it before I go to the underground. But I also might need it for a conversation with the comments and with the pigs. I don't know what she requires. Great cardio, Kim. Alright, Kim. Time to sit and wait. Save. This up.
The worn and beaten wooden planks.
We can sit on benches after.
You can revisit the bench if you ever.
Ah, wait! I can't sit here? Maybe I can read a book to pass the time? Give me the book that hurt my brain.
You stare at the now familiar. In cold, the Yugo as ethnic tensions run. It would physically hurt you. Fuck it. Do it. It can't be worse than what you've already felt.
Alright. Does it hurt?
They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning his former existence. He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka Polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft. She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one. The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude, their bodies growing ever more decrepit. As life leaves their remains between the soil sheets, their final thoughts are filled with regret. Good stuff. I fucking loved this. The back cover is she can't be much okay. You spend a moment contemplating the cover's slightly unnerving swirl of orange, yellow, and green. You breeze through the next when a society is more like, of course, some inframaterialists have even in the but as of this writing, there are the four among known attempts to channel third-level capabilities. Of course, colorful anecdotes only scratch the surface of what inframaterialists believe may be possible in a truly third-level society.
The only place I can think of that I can sit and rest is the freaking guard thing by Renee.
There are numerous stories. The four among known attempts to channel third-level capabilities. Of course, color. Some did that book just say there's no others have in some of his later writings. Nielsen called it the highest expression of communist principles. On the following page, you come across a few black and white reproductions from Nielsen's own notebooks. One sketch depicts a government ministry shaped like a great inverted pyramid. A hectare in width at the top, balanced atop foundations the size of common apartments.
Let's see. Find a way to...
Another depicts a leaning tower wrapped in a dramatic helix. The caption beneath it reads, "The Tower of History." Something about that tower looks awfully familiar. That's all right, because you've reached the end of the book. If you'd like to try something different, may we recommend?
Right, there has to be a way, because I thought I could sit on this bench to pass time, but apparently it's only if Kim is gone. Let's see. Passing time, it might honestly have to be group books. How to pass time? Yeah. Sit on a bench. This one's pretty self-explanatory. Simply stand on a bench. However, you need to get rid of Kim to do so. Read case notes. Your ledger includes case notes. Books. This is what we're gonna do.
It's the ledger you found, and it takes about half an hour to piece one together. This one is cause of the mural. True people, the case file, the crew, the 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message. All of Lakeside, a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us. In any case, it appears to have been AKA you were so drunk. Leslie, the only way for Leslie to stop displaying his genitals and for Burke to stop attacking, you would think that can he keep threatening? It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer J. Good, you're learning. He must have in the he can't get, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
Time does move faster when we read our ledger, so you're gonna hear me clicking a lot of stuff, just to get the...
It would be, that's, who knows. Don't worry, one day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
Look at that, we got 15 minutes from reading. Alright, let's...
Some assholes brought their couch outside. Yes, as you said here, total assholes. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it was.
Hey, with the chance to hear new dialogue.
They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee, cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. No, you didn't have time for that. Some assholes brought, yes, as you said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes. Young people are they were leaving it cigarette butts. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show murder. Tum-tum beaten to Joseph Mills didn't. No. Okay. So the case is handed to you. Yeah. So anyway, young man, no one enters. Mills has no idea. See? You can't. Yeah. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills called the people call it that thing. And the graffiti, the case, the crew, the 9,000 people, a staggering 78% of voters. Did someone ask what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
2 more hours. 2 more hours. We can do this.
The true people, the graffiti, the crew, a staggering 78% of no one cares what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger.
Let's go,
what
heal
do you
morale.
Want to tackle next?
Wait,
this
does that
one
mean
cause the true people, the graffito, the case, the crew, the 9,000, a staggering 70. No one cares what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger. What do you want to tackle next?
Feel myself
or are
again.
we done?
We are so close. Maybe I talk to Kim?
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden paper.
Kim, you want to talk to me?
Yes? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? There's no reason to wing anything. If you didn't get the brief, that's okay. I did. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. They, classier as we've come to suspect, didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot... Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the... Good. What about me? No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow. The eyebrow is exercising psionic control over you. It's like you're locked down.
What's that, Bresso?
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
I want to clasp. Oh, hi, baby. Yes, that's my foot.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sweet child.
The lieutenant's conceptualizations, but this isn't an old school case.
What? Think? I do most of my work inside my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place. We all have our different mediums. His is written. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic.
Good. Let's change the subject.
I think I'm gonna read that
You hold in your hand the color, the alphabet. Every page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet. Of course, every page, A is for azimuth, H is for Q, that's it.
There we go. Save. 2200. Let's go, Kim. Please be there. Please be there. It's 2200. I was in the area.
Winter, slow to let go of Rivershore. Flex some more wet snow from above.
Now you want to talk to me, Shivers? No! Damn it, I wanted to... Oh, God, no. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. That is not what I wanted. I just gonna load up. I'm so glad I saved. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to engage with thought. How dare you, game? Ooh. And now it's dark. It wasn't dark before. Odd.
Winter. The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring. You're warm in your hat and your coat. Like a well-equipped explorer, you comfortably survey the white landscape. Near, snow falls into dark water. She prays, though she doesn't believe. There is a hum in the air. That's all. Layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff. The storm drainage. Hidden, someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You would probably never happen across it. More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings. Crumbling piers, salt water. The waters turn black. Coal City in the shadow of San Martin. A boom town. But no more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esper below the old mines. L'Océan Municipal. Revachel's underground. Children under 14. They go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums. After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safla, 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls the mausoleum contains untold quantities of gold. Did someone say untold quantities of cocaine? Drop everything in. How can it be pure if it's magenta? Snow falls, and there is no answer. Some things are not for more. Few petits return from the shafts. Even fewer find all around her white snow on the extinguished coke furnace. The canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield at the roundabout, in the midst of which a statue of Philip III Sir, a fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistic clean white light coming from an abandoned church that's being turned into a dance club. A serpentine strip of land weaving its way into the Martinez Inlet. Unfortunates on the run from the law, from themselves. Sometimes hide out on near the remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock. Further out, the lights burn bright. Then there's Ozon. But the snow, the Bay of Revachol, vastness, great, and at the farthest reaches of the raised motorway, 881, separating Martinez from Jamrock, was once a park, a place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military hospital. The pox is completely wild now. Evergreen thickets covered in snow and industrial. Heavy drug users do slip through and hole up in the old military hospital. A line of motor garages with armored carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes in the side. Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells. A chill comes over you, crawling layer upon layer of no need for any.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up?
Thanks, Kim. Please be here. Oh my. Yeah, I definitely would not have missed.
Where I can see them.
Oh my god, is she a cop?
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Whoa, 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 whoa! It's just a standard flashlight, ma'am.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress! Officer, under duress! I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Lateral vascular neck restraint. Carotid sleeper. Carotid sleeper. Critically reducing blood from passing through the neck of the suspect.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
I mean, I'm wearing the plate armor, so if I get shot, I should be fine. But
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. Steady your breathing.
just in case.
You have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect alert! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Big red key? That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
It's a goddamn police shitbag! On the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs?
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access! 2 kilos missing! Eyewitness report compromised!
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Okay.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed! No. Oh, no. No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth! Aggravated assault, man!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with...
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
License unregistered. Registration, license, and registration. Come in, dispatch. Sector, azimuth.
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
We can't leave. A delirious civilian is pointing a firearm at us. Your firearm. You need to solve this.
Oh, fudge. Okay, I have 1 point. Hand-eye coordination. Damn it, I really wanted to save that. Okay, 42, better than 30. We saved beforehand. Him gets shot and dies. I will refresh. I will not let him be dead.
She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights. Host almighty, don't count on that. You saw the Binoclad can't shoot for shit.
No, I know myself. I know I'm gonna fail. Gun, I'm coming. Go for it. Slowly back away. He has a gun. It might not be loaded, because, you know.
Suicide by cop. Split-second decision.
Oh my god.
God, I almost blew her head off.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real.
Oh my god.
Police don't always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they cheat me like this?
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is powering down. She's all out of jolt.
A little bad for her.
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8 and loneliness. Could be. Her hands were trembling and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her? I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Yeah, let's let Titus know.
Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry. But I think we're done here for...
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. Maybe if you search her once more.
Gonna save real quick, just in case.
The woman stands. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them. Do. She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and...
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours. The lieutenant nods. The old woman doesn't react to...
Sweet, a hat. Let me look at this hat. Ooh, authority. We got our pistol. What do I have for bullets? Hold on, didn't I find a bullet? I got 2 bullets. Okay, I got 2. Right. Let us go report to Titus. Go to the little communist people. Which, before I forget.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio. Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. Glory to the revolution, comrade.
Whether you like it or not, wearing the hat has made you more communist. Perfect. My study group will like Titus, communist group, and then Under go face off against Ruby, potentially, with our pew-pews. Yes. Be the end? I feel like it might be the end with the whole, like, there's no turning back kind of vibe. Yes, we can level up our interfacing. Let's see if we get the bunker. Ooh. Well, we talked about the bunker. Probably Renee, but he's dead. He's dead. So I imagine they're there. And Titus.
The Copper NATO is back. What do you want? What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it? God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig.
Yep.
You're fucking with me. Your gun. She had your fucking gun?
Mm-hmm.
Sure did, boss. Heard him loud and clear. The pig's lost his gun to the pigs.
Well, at least I can see you got it back. If you have any questions.
Oh?
Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
Anything else you wanted to know? Was? Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off, but still.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then. The children kept her together.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? Yeah, you should be.
Whatever, Cole. Don't worry about it. Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the...
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
No problem, old cop man.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on this trip.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Titus. Good luck with the pigs. I'm glad. Hopefully she gets some, you know, the community's looking out for her. That's good. All right, let's go talk to our communist friends, Kim. We're only like almost an hour late for the meeting, but you know what? My hat, the fact I read the whole book, wowed. Never been wowed before. Cindy chat, see if anything new with you?
Give me a moment.
Hello again.
Good day, Cindy. Gentlemen.
You're back. Yes.
His companion, they're impressed that you dove right into the most advanced parts of the theory. The cool breeze coming off the bay wraps itself around the Capeside apartments in a nearly forgotten part of that glorified construction site, surrounded by rusted pieces of scaffolding and walls of faded tarpaulin. A detective of the RCM debates the intricacies of an abstruse theory with a pair of university students.
But if it's true that this individual possesses so much capital that light literally bends around him, then that must mean...
In Innocence of Capital, Puncher and Wortman argue that communists must possess as little capital as possible in order to keep their thinking undiluted by its influence.
Nothing to fear. Judging from your account balance, you should be thinking extremely clearly.
Again, he was just a regular high net worth individual. There was nothing extra physical about him.
Kim, maybe I'm just very poor. Okay.
Now the breeze has subsided. All is still except for the last bits of steam rising from the coffee pot.
Well, on that note, I think we can call it an evening.
No, wait. Can this really be the end? You feel like you've just gotten to the real stuff.
Yes. One of our better discussions lately, on the whole.
What do you mean, is that it? You've done the reading, we talked about it. What more do you expect from a reading group? Well, you could always ask, I get.
We probably won't get a...
But it's getting late, so maybe pick the most important question.
Detective, how should I know what questions you have about communism?
Come on. We have things to do in the morning.
The question you mean to ask is both very complicated and incredibly simple.
Ooh.
The young man waits patiently for you to finish.
Yes?
Say it. The young man considers your words for a minute. You're witnessing his ironic armor melt before you. This is his true self you're seeing now. There's something going on in there. But his innermost sanctum is still beyond your reach.
The theorist Puncher and Wortman, not inframaterialists, but theorists nonetheless, say that communism is a secular version of Pericanasian theology, that it replaces faith in the divine with faith in humanity's future.
Okay.
I have to say, I've never entirely understood what they mean, but I think maybe the answer is in there, somewhere. Only in this very specific sense. Communism doesn't dangle any promises of eternal bliss or reward. The only promise it offers is that the future can be better than the past, if we're willing to work and fight and die for it. Nobody said fulfilling the proletariat's historic role would be easy. It demands great faith with no promise of tangible reward. But that doesn't mean we can simply give up, especially then.
And of course, we'll be shooting right back.
So young, so unbearably young. Their faces blurred, yet frozen as though in ambrotype. You were never that young, were you?
I guess you could say we believe it because it's impossible. It's our way of saying we refuse to accept that the world has to remain. Like this. Yes, that's a good way to think of it. Broken, but not irreparable. A thought can be a very powerful thing. That's the whole idea of inframaterialism.
His words aren't really directed at you. He's wrestling with himself now.
Esteban, it's getting pretty late.
You're right. We should clean this up and get going.
Of course, the matchboxes.
So you really did read all the way to the end. Yeah. Uli and I were trying to see whether there was enough plasm between the two of us to hold up a few matchboxes.
Saying it out loud makes him realize how foolish it sounds.
It was just a little informal experiment. No reason to take it too seriously.
But hear me out.
The young man looks at you a moment.
What could it hurt? All right, let's give it another go.
Come on, communism.
You know what? I'll sit this one out.
Oh.
I don't think you want my skeptical materialism interfering.
Oh, Kim.
Before long, a modest tower begins to rise from the pile of matchboxes. You place every box with the utmost delicacy and precision.
Easy, Uli.
It's holding. It's holding.
The higher the tower goes, the quieter the room seems to become. Aside from the occasional comment, the three of you are completely absorbed by the task.
All right, you go next, Esteban.
The young man pushes back his shirt sleeves, revealing the pale flesh of his forearms.
I don't want to breathe, so.
Is it? It's holding.
Yes. This is the closest we've ever gotten.
It's almost exactly as Nielsen's sketch imagined. A physical manifestation of the dialectical spiral of history.
All right, gendarme. Your turn.
You've got this. Theories aside, they're only matchboxes. Even the lieutenant is watching intently now.
Ghost of Mazov, give me strength!
It's...
No! Damn. Sorry.
Don't apologize. As I was saying, if it were easy, it wouldn't require so much plasm to work.
Undoubtedly.
Alternatively, it could be that our own ideological fervor is still insufficient.
Yes, the problem is almost certainly your lack of commitment, and not, say, gravity.
Kim, look how far we got.
Harder to believe, but still possible.
Either way, that's enough parlor games for one night. Thanks for humoring us.
We should probably clean up.
So.
Well, I think we're probably finished here.
Wait a minute. We wanted to get your opinion on something. A few little changes we've been thinking about. Nothing too major, I think. We were talking potentially about relaxing some parts of our admissions process.
That's interesting. I thought people loved group interviews.
I thought so too, but perhaps we overdid it, just a little. There was another thing. We were also debating putting up some posters around town.
Though some of us maintain that advertising is an unacceptably bourgeois tactic.
That's what makes it so beautiful. The irony is unbeatable. As a noted art cop, you definitely have an opinion on this.
I'm an art critic I support. Think of it this way. You're appropriating for a revolution. And sounds like something Cindy could help with.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm. I guess no one could accuse Cindy of having a bourgeois aesthetic.
Plus, I've got the perfect place in mind. Put some more coffee on, Uli. We've got a long night ahead of us. We should probably get Cindy in here too. Oh, and gendarme. One last thing. About that question you asked earlier. It reminded me of a certain poem that you might appreciate.
Ah, so he has read something besides his books of abstruse theory.
It was written by a young communard who was killed on the barricades during the Coalition landings. The story goes that he wrote it on the last night of his life, keeping watch from the barricades in the middle of the night. I don't have the whole thing committed to memory, but there's a line in it I think about sometimes. In dark times, should the stars also go out? Anyway, good night to you.
Avowed infantilism? Don't call it a book club. What? 1.5% of players have gotten this achievement? My communist. $27. I'm super communist. 1.5% of players? I'm not even trying. This is all random. Cindy, you're gonna join them. Is that cool?
Hello again, officer.
Just gotta say. Is it? What is it? Weird setting that was on, so turning it off. What? I didn't say do that. You walk, I fit. Going the wrong way. Try again. Okay, my chat be acting up. How to fix it. Wait! Lewis was talking earlier! Why didn't no one tell me? Why didn't no one give me crazy emotes or anything? Hello? How long has that been on? Yeah, because I was looking and I was... We've been released from imprisonment! Because I was looking and I was like... Because sometimes, at least for my OBS, the little shield mode is on thing will be on incorrectly. And I'm just like... I was like, man, everyone's just really chill today. They're just really enjoying the story. And then I was like, wait a minute. What if it actually is on? 'Cause, you know, in the past it's never been on. But sometimes the banner will be there. Oh, didn't even notice. Yeah, I was like, Lewis said hi, so didn't phase that maybe it was kaput. There was no banner in chat. Okay, interesting. But I don't know what happened, buddy. There you go. Welcome back, guys. I'm sorry, I didn't realize what was happening. All right, we're about to head underground. Don't... What, gloves are the only interfacing? We're gonna try. We're gonna try. Yeah, it's weird because I just turned it off here, but still on OBS it says it's still on, so I don't know what happened. But I'm gonna see if I can fix it. Because it says that it's followers only mode. Why? That's fine. Thought you were sick of our shenanigans or something. No, which is why it's interesting, because Lewis said hi. So, I'm guessing it came on at some point in the middle of stream and I just didn't notice. Weird.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune. You rattle the handle a bit, then push.
We don't get in there.
I think it's much. It was in sub-only mode. But you're a sub, aren't you, Barth? Are you not a sub, but you're buying subs?
Frankly, you're just going to have to
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors. We're cops. That's our perk. Even Everard knew that's a part.
Yeah, I understand you. I like opening doors as much as the next guy. but this one is simply beyond repair, and we don't have the resources needed to open it.
How does that make sense, bro? You be buying everybody's subs almost every day, but you don't treat yourself to the goodness of a sub? I support emotionally, mainly. Okay. You can support yourself, too. Exactly! You deserve happiness, too!
Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
At least you can think about opening it. About doors and...
Alright, so. You're not supposed to open this door. But lies and slander. Never. We only speak the truth here. When have I lied? That's what I'm talking about, Luna. I was like, you've been doing 5 and 10 gifted subs. Treat yourself. There it is. I was like, the math doesn't add up here. It doesn't let me. You're allowed to buy gifted subs for other people, but not a sub for yourself? I think that sounds like a Twitch support problem that you might have to call them. Be like, hey, I can buy other people, but I can't buy myself. We've saved. We've done everything we possibly can besides... that and the smoking and the drinking. We're gonna be fine. We got this, Kim. We're gonna be fine. Who knows? Might get another level up. And we got another jacket. And money!
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
Also, Joyce, who is an ultra-liberal, was so much of a better human being than that socialist Everett, eh? Oh, snap!
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word, officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
Right behind you, officer.
Oh, Kim!
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Surprised my little fuzzy hat isn't helping.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
I love that she's explaining this while we're just dying on the floor in front of her.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too. As she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond. No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops. And of herself.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Hi, Russell.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Not anymore, no. This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
I considered her a good friend, yeah. Oh, So that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts who didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Claudia was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Claudia only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Seriously, just move on.
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will then. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy. Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. I'm not following your clever insinuations, detective. Damn, that girl's pretty, but not that pretty. In fact, no one's pretty enough to waste time skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls. Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse. Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
And? Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. A Nachtway 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking...
That isn't...
That merc was probably shot from a distance with a military-grade rifle. Otherwise, everyone at the whirling would have heard the shot down.
No, they're not practical. Break too often. Yeah, evidence. I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy...
See her confident gaze, her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do. Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings.
She didn't hate him, okay?
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Wow, now I'm curious. Please, explain. Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have...
She has a point there.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, so, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own.
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
That's your prerogative. Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself.
There, it's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum. Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to...
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice.
Police radio?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasya comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea. Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone.
You can see it. Her lips, though still white, don't seem to tremble as much anymore. She moves with focus and deliberation.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boys.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent. Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Oh!
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Oh yes, they do. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
Russell!
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
Russell, you had breakfast. You're fine.
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry can opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Ah, that's
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying.
2 cops in the whirling rag.
That sound about right?
Satellite Officer Vic Mayer looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minot. We could either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here. Please leave.
Am I a bad guy?
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to add. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
For Kim! Oh no, too high. I think we got it. I saw green, so I think we got it.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again.
Yeah.
It still hurts like hell.
You okay, Kim?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Do it.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh! I don't think I have time to ask 2 questions.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You know.
Just away. Just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of...
Good call. Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated.
I think she didn't do it. I think she did it, but I didn't want her to die. What if we just... I don't think she
Her tent. We should check it out.
did. Did I maybe do it? I feel like maybe I did it. Ooh, we passed a near impossible check of 92. I know. Looking dicey there for a second. Oh, goodness, hell. $8.
The plain red tent. It was pitched by practiced hands. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Okay, just gonna save real quick in case.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. The way some of those question marks trail off into ellipsis, she was going through a tough time. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it. That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
What about this M? Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake. The thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The thick journal bound. The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder. On top of that, forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting. His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre. Classio was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Oh my god, there's more. Ah. Alright, good job, team. We did good. Proud of us. How much more? I don't know, but that's an hour and 20, so we can. Who knows? Maybe we're lucky and we wrap it up. Oh, that's it's late, so I don't think anybody's I don't think my people are gonna be at the whirling rag, but you know. Who am I talking to? Fire station. They're there, but I don't call my station, I guess. Where should we go to bed? Kim? I think we should go to bed. Because it's 2 in the morning. I know they're not gonna be there. See you at the whirling rag.
I'm afraid we don't have time for rest stops right.
Oh. Okay, never mind. Kim says we gotta go now. Okay. That would be crazy to be like a mob boss's little cop friend and being like, I drink so much I don't remember if I'm part of if I'm a corrupt cop or not. I don't feel like a corrupt cop. I say sorry a lot.
Stop. Now. It is time. Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul. Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand. Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pocket.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Damn, you're making me nervous.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official, cop by the book.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Oh, what's happening?
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right? Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
It wasn't those two. Or maybe it is. Are the mercenaries with me? I think the mercenaries.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Peaceful.
Sounds like the armored figure is weeping. Oh, this guy?
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first. My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Oh boy.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig, fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
She doesn't seem to understand the severity of the situation. With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it, the big one. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Think of an argument. Ooh. 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 Think of an argument.
All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Crenel would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Let's see if going back in the past helps us. Military tribunal. No! Let's see. Let's see.
What always happens when you get good at your job? That name Midnight Raids. Fucking extrajudicial funky time. Burn villages. Shit. It sounds bad on the radio. The same thing happened when we were called whatever the fuck it was. Probably won't be called Crenel for much longer. Not after this shit.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something. Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
feel like talking about him is gonna bring up the emotions and make it worse. Be like, who's that?
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out. Rip you open.
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21. About 50 little stick figures, all of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end. These men served in Seminine, the native islanders.
That's right. Plenty of kips here in Revachol, too.
T, let's fucking do it.
T.
Easy. Easy now.
Yeah? Who did that?
If I say me, I think they're gonna shoot. No, it's not Titus. I don't think it was her. I don't think it was Ruby.
How fucking convenient. One of us? You saying we? What if I just shot one of your pals here right now? How about the kid? Go ahead. Tell me we fucking killed our own colonel one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
Oh, fudge. She might die. I don't think Ruby did it. We just talked to her and it didn't seem like she did it.
Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her. You move your mouth like a fish gasping for air. He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle.
Ah!
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Fuck this!
Gene! Cancel Lizzie! Now!
He wants you to open fire on the mercenaries before he does. He's waiting for you and your partner to be the shield.
Ah, the gardener got shot. Damn it. God.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening.
She's fucking gone! She fucking sailed off. You're alone. Stay cool! How is she?
I'll be okay. I'll be...
She'll be gone soon, too. Company bitch is gone. Lally's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
Could have at least taken Lizzie out of there.
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay, even if it means dying here with him.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
Son of a bitch. At least I didn't say, oh, Guard did it. He'd probably be like, what are you saying?
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
Guard!
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire. You know how much windows cost? She left. Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
I feel like yelling at them that they're drunk is like, eh. Suggestion. Come on, suggestion. Let's boost you.
Yes. So what?
It's okay.
Didn't sound like nothing. Sounded like you were about to break into a sermon. Was that it?
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Okay. Okay. Got them arguing. Oh boy, please don't fail.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Okay, ask about him first.
Yeah, I don't fucking act so well. Laylee had a hard-on for making faces for you natives. Fucking food aid shit. That shit is done now. Trigger time. Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly.
Ooh, and I'm wearing the armor. Ooh, if he notices I'm wearing his dead friend's armor. Ooh, no.
Click, click, click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Cortiner. The dead man's name is Elise Cortiner. He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead.
Listen, everyone says good things. He was a talker. Blue eyes, didn't he? Your colonel?
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck. You don't know shit, Lance Corporal. Why don't you?
You lost him. Quick.
Wait.
He sways. He wasn't my same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
Who? Laylee.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor. And now these cunts finished the job.
If they're drunk, maybe I can get them sad enough. Can't shoot that.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
Booze. Work your magic.
It's a mind fuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths. Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kit ass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
Our cunt did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
In your ship pipes, right in the fucking...
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored.
He was a good commander.
Oh yeah. He would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen. Because I fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2...
Listen, man. We
told us what? What did you say? Tattoo fuck. You'll die next. Right when the she gets out. Find his killer. Cop his killers. Stand right there, shitting their pants. And you're standing in the way, protecting them.
They didn't...
Shush, sister. Blood's all gone out now. Not long to go till the rattle starts. One down,
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
What are my stuff? Okay, distracted, got them arguing, shot, got him talking, he's thinking, got him doubting his leadership. Points, right? Oh, please!
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
That's not who I was aiming at. I thought I was aiming at Rudd. Oh well.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible.
This scares me. I think I'm about to die.
His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, shoot him. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Kim, get him.
An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you. From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. In the background, the leader staggers. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger.
You can heal that combo. I mean, think I'm at max.
God, you're so frail. Too frail to think further. A low shot rings. You feel a tapping, like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. Then the sound of dice rolling as the cuirass distributes the shot evenly from plate to plate.
That's right, I put the armor on just in case.
You got hit. The armor took most of it, but still your ribcage burns. Feels like blood is slowly seeping into your lungs.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot.
I'm about to... Kim, if you don't move, you're gonna get shot.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Did Titus get shot?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out.
Geysers? I mean, geysers?
You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
There's no effing way.
The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it.
Kim,
He is your end.
Gotta move Kim out of the way. I don't want to get shot.
Here it comes. Death.
I'm worried if I evade it, it happened. I got the armor.
You simply blink, then something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. It feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got. Most of what's down there. You can also feel the bone where the bullet went in. Something very sharp, like broken teeth under your fingers. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Titus! Protect Kim!
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
No one wants to do anything with me. No one wants to party. Of course I get gunned down and die. Kim, I lied. I remember everything. My child that smells like apricots. It's always there. What do I want to tell Kim on my possible deathbed? Nobody wants to party with me.
Stay with me.
This is a stupid world. Everyone's so evil. I don't want to be anymore. It hurts. It's so evil.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
I'm not wearing anything authoritative. Oh no.
Shoot. Dead. You hear your bloody lips mumble. You try to give him your gun so he'd understand. But he does not. He doesn't look into your eyes and see the fear there. He just shakes his head, still crouched over you. You hear a distant gunshot, velvety smooth. A red circle has appeared on the lieutenant's jacket. It's growing fast. Like a pillow, he falls on you, cold nylon and blood slumped on you. As the lights go out, all the lights. The last thing you hear is the sound of his spectacles landing on the pavement next to you.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Kim, there is no Kim. There is no fight. It's over. It was.
Oh, I don't want Kim to die.
Have mercy on yourself. Take the door.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh, God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth. drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
Oh, I was checking my phone. Waiting on messages from the lawyer.
You see Kuno's familiar shape in the found pants. It turns double, then triple from the pain. He says,
Why is Kuno here?
Coinslot's dead?
You shut your mouth. No, he isn't.
you can barely hear him. The pain is so bad.
Just kidding, Piggo. The boo-boo wagon took the Beano cloud away. He's probably gonna live.
Ooh, I'm gonna strangle you.
To the hospital? Fucktard. Should I to keep up with Kuno?
Can I strangle him? I'm gonna strangle him.
Thank God. Okay, he's alive.
They say you shot that fucker in the face? That's fucking cool to Kuno. So I thought I'd stick around.
He's saying I now, and not calling you a or a pig. Is he ill or something?
Nah, Kuno's just off speed for a few days. Being off speed makes Kuno sad. Makes Kuno think about shit. Sure, Kuno's gonna help you with that. Kuno's in a given mood right now.
Okay, so I got shot, but I'm here. Kim gets shot, but he goes to the hospital?
You tore some shit up there, pig. Got shot too. How would Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking pretty fucking bad, Kuno thinks. But you're one lucky pig. The doc took the bullet out and said you'll live. You got shot in the shoulder too, but luckily you were in that fancy teapot and it took the hit for you. Are your legs attached to Kuno? Can the Kuno...
You can walk. If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone. You're a psycho-locomotor.
Why? In the name of fuck, would Kuno's fucking smart? Kuno wasn't in that fuck pile. Kuno knows when shit goes south. Oh, Kuno did? Yeah, some cunt from your station came over and knife fucked Nick's fuck leave, I think he was called. Said he was a doctor, then fucked off and told me to phone him if you shit yourself.
Nix Gottlieb, station medic, throws a bag containing a small bullet into the medical waste disposer. Then he pops some caramel candy into his mouth and says, "Next, we're detecting druamine in your bloodstream. It's a potent morphine-based painkiller. The good doctor must have given you some. It's gonna suck when it wears off."
You keep asking all this weird shit from Kuno. That's pretty cool to Kuno. Kuno's also a
Okay, Kim's gonna be fine. That's all that matters. Kim is fine.
Go
not
easy,
dead.
pig. You want to lean on the Kuno or something?
You can take it. Just don't. Your balance is way off.
So, how is it?
My disco days are done.
Yeah, you got lucky there, pig. Maybe now Kuno can show you what real, brutal, hard music is.
Still, you see something akin to respect in his eyes.
Baby Beard was in here. Was probably a bitch to clean this shit up. Yeah, fucking Baby Beard. Cleaned all your shit up. He's like your fucking mum now or something. 2 days? Kuno's been out longer sleeping off the speed train. 2 days is nothing to the Kuno. Some of those Union goons got fucked. Now the whole harbour is in lockdown. Even Kuno can't get in there. No, she was dead when the Union doctor arrived. Kuno saw them put her in a bag.
Oh!
Tough he may be, but this image left a mark.
Oh, fudge. That could have gone so many ways. Yeah. I imagine there's me messing up and dying. I imagine there's more people dying.
That bag's on you.
Was nothing. Kuno's gonna go into a bag. Yeah, she's way gone, pig. Kuno's been here for 2.
Of course she's really gone.
The big fuckhole. Yeah, he's drinking downstairs. Kuno's not into that. Yeah, that's what Kuno said. No one. No problem. Kuno shares the info. The fuck you asking Kuno for? How would Kuno know? Kuno's tough shit, pig. All Kuno knows is the harbour is in lockdown. Kuno thinks you're fucked, but I can help you. What you got?
Let's do this, Tango Pig, he thinks. Detective Pig and Detective Kun. Kun and Pig. And you're picking him up on your cop frequency too? This is bad.
Huh? That could have been there for years. Kuno thinks it's a dead end. You want Kuno to be a yes man? Or you want me to tell it like it is?
There is no telling when it was made. He had a point there.
Yeah, what? What, Bells? Fuck, pig. Kuno doesn't know about this flower shit.
He's wrong. What does he even know?
Sure, pig, sure. There are fucking footprints everywhere, pig. Pigs are too into this footprint shit. Shit ain't nothing to Kuno. What now? Will Pig, you ready to walk, Will Pig? So, listen, Pig. Kuno's been thinking about shit and, Kuno's coming with you. Help you wrap this shit up, final style.
Asking for something, even asking to come along, doesn't come easy for him.
This scene is dead. Kuno's out of here. Might as well be a pig. Big up fucky fingers on me way out.
Drug asset detected. Kid would make a half-decent sharpshooter, no? Look at him. Life hasn't been easy on him. You want to drag him along and put him through more shit? Your shit?
Oh my god, can I adopt you?
Look, this might be his only way out. This is a 12-year-old kid. You can't seriously be considering taking him along. What's going to happen to him?
He might die. I mean, he's either gonna die here from all the drugs and his dad beating him up, or he could die in the line of duty as a juvenile detective. You know what? Let's go, Kuno.
Accepted the Kuno like a motherfucker. What are we gonna do now? Yeah, debrief Kuno. Let Kuno know the plan.
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly.
That's Clash, right? Bitch next door. Kuno's thinking the same thing.
Why is Kuno on my team? I do like that. I do like that my spirits have acknowledged him. They're like, it's Kuno! So... That's... Okay, I guess... There's still more. Well, we have to find out who killed the guy. I think it was the red guy, because he had the rifle, but... Kim's door's open?
The bathroom mirror has been wiped.
They're all over. When it's all over,
These
unless...
papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
Let's see. I end in about 40 minutes. I don't think we'll be able to wrap up whatever this is in 40 minutes.
Very little. This is a daily writer. He's just started copying notes from his notebook, preparing them for filing. The case appears to be named, however.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're reading Kim's diary right now. Well, his paperwork.
KK-57, 28 kilometers to the northeast, in the infirmary of Precinct 57, Lieutenant Kim Pinball Kitsuragi rests under a heart monitor. A triage sign, colored yellow, hangs from his injury record. Safe, it means. He coughs, propped up against the pillow.
Awesome. So, we sense Kim is fine.
Why are you here? Asks the man as the cough fit resides. His eyes are black and moist, to inquire about the Lieutenant E. Freighter, sir. I am his partner, says Satellite Officer Jean Vicmer, standing in the doorway. Then why are you wasting time here? Coughs Kim. He's out there, in Martinez, unsupervised, without cover. You need to get there. His cough gets the best of him. He grabs a glass. On his right-hand side, a little blue notebook, open at case notes.
Look at the other, because I'm like, I don't know if Kuno's going to get excited and be like...
This year, you can see references to The Child, Dom's Unfinished, Dom's Unfinished 2, Motorcycle Emptiness, and The Man with the Hole in His Head.
Thank you, Mark.
Half a dozen stolen property cases, titled Crossword Puzzles 2 to 2000.
The Child. Dom's Unfinished. Dom's Unfinished 2. The Man with the Hole in His Head. Boring ass shit. Motorcycle Emptiness. That's a cool case. Kuno can solve that shit for the Beano.
Hey.
No one tells Kuno what to call something. But the Beano was alright in Kuno's book. Kuno's pig.
I think that's the only thing we can check out. Time to go check out her room. Oh. Hello. Sorry, I was recanting to the roomie how Kim and I got into a gunfight, and he's totally alive. He didn't die. Is it broken, though? See, it's locked. See, now I'm curious, because I highlighted it and it was gray, and I was like, oh, I guess I can't go out that way. That's why I went around. Take the door. It's like I understand things. Let me in. Did she leave a note? Thank you.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door.
I'm gonna mute myself so you don't hear me munching on carrots.
I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift, huh? That's fucking suspicious to Kuno. Yeah. Fugitive on the run shit. Kuno's seen this shit before.
You look at her rough, jagged handwriting on the note. She was in a rush, but not panicked. Deliberate. Focused.
A trap, probably, but don't sweat it. You got the Kuno spot on you. Let's go in.
Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you. This window is pristine, at least on the inside. A red thread has been taped to the glass using adhesive tape. It trembles ever so slightly in the cold wind.
Oh, Kuno knows this shit. Ballistic shit, science radio shit. Shows where the shot came from.
Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth, a ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain. The red thread bisecting the room shows the trajectory of the bullet. From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. Maybe if you extrapolate all possible points of origin first, the thread will make sense. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization. Ruby ruled this out vehemently. The shot would have been heard from downstairs, where no one heard it. The likelihood of A prime has fallen drastically. You may be looking for a sniper.
What, somebody on top of the Feld building?
The shot had to come from a greater distance, beyond A prime. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez? According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
Yeah, it's our first time looking at the ballistics, or at least this thread ballistic. Like, we knew it was far away, because all of the fancy rifles here in town are broken, and then everybody had
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom. 700 meters away, the likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
possibly the Feld building. I don't think this one. Where is this? I can't even get to that.
1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched. 1 kilometer away, an unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere, on an islet in the Bay of Martinez perhaps. There are islets there, badly charted as they may be. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 8B and 33A. The angle would have been extreme and access to the islets is questionable, but it is a possibility. Then there's the thread the witness left. She did have a first-hand view of the event. Perhaps she found something in the outer reach. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, the island in the bay.
Pig? You're really fucking onto something there. Kuno's got no fucking clue. You need to pig this shit, cop style. Cool shit, Sub-Zero shit. Kuno's listening, you got his attention, so what's next?
The wind blows in from the open window. The boy squints, looking into the cold distance across the water.
Fuck yeah, I'm in.
Hey, don't.
How are you gonna get to the island? Kuno has his ways, but that ain't for your fat old ass. There's this lady in the village, she... yeah, there are boats there. You go, do shit there, you'll get one on the coast.
Okay, buddy. You sounded real confident in your answer. Wonder if Mark has anything to say to me after that whole debacle. Top people aren't here. Or the chef.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Fucking cleaned it.
What a dick. Dancing around in his maid uniform.
Dude, thank you, big improvement. Use more work. What was that, Kuna?
Kuno forces an unnatural smile.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire.
There is a chance it is fear. Maybe he's tried to mess. I mean, she carries a sword, so I imagine Kuno tried to mess with her and she was like, shink, and he was like, I'm sorry.
I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by. In the danger zone, so to say.
I hope at least your partner is recovering quickly. Also, you're staying here for free now. That's right, this establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. Just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. Yeah, I was, yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Yep.
He nods back at you, even more stoically. Just two badass men nodding stoically. Make that three. Kuno is nodding too, hands crossed.
Just a couple of guys nodding their heads.
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. No problem. Another thing. Great. Yes?
Right. Toodaloo. Anything new?
Hi again, Gendarme.
No.
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
You? Anything new? You're always here, but... Talk to Titus. Say we're sorry.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Careful. Looks like we got a situation here. Those guys are what Kuno calls the army.
He really hates the Hardy Boys. Laying off speed for a few days hasn't changed that. Titus ignoring him doesn't help either.
Crazy motherfuckers. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, Capo. That was mighty brave of you.
Situation diffused.
Silence. Don't shake. Wow.
Well, cheers anyway, Copper.
Say 7 incredibly boring things? 9.2% of players have gotten that achievement. It's not boring, it's saying thank you. It's doing my job.
Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed.
Theo got shot?
But Lizzie and Angus, they were just stupid kids. Didn't realize the shit they got into before it was too late. I feel responsible for both. For all of them, really.
Okay, Lizzie we saw, but Angus is dead too. That's your, like, baby brother. Oh, fudge. Wait, that means Glenn's alive, the other guy who got shot. Just too sane and considerate for this game. Apparently, I'm getting achievements that most people don't get.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer.
Wait, is Glenn dead?
An honest tactic.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Memento mori.
Memento mori, or remember that you must die, is a slogan various religious orders have thrown around since the dawn of mankind to emphasize the vanity of earthly life and the transient nature of all earthly pursuits. In essence, it means one should live virtuously in this life to live better in the afterlife.
It means you might die tomorrow, so live every day like it's your last. Ain't that right, fellas?
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. 'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boys. Don't know? Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Aww.
Nope.
He did. He nods and takes another sip of whiskey. His clenched jaw says otherwise.
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
Just the one? Just booze and one singular? Okay.
Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Janro. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebacho.
I'll go pay your partner a visit in the hospital. I hear he got shot up pretty bad.
We don't have time for that grief shit. Kun and Pig are gunning it. We got a case to solve.
Kun? And what the fuck now?
Easy E. Let the kid be. This is a day of mourning, and I don't want it turned into a joke. You chasing the kid around, the kid calling you a fucktard. We don't need that shit.
Oh? This was beeped, but the voice dialogue wasn't beeped. Okay.
Right.
Kuno keeps silent, too. Fuck it, let them have their day, Kuno thinks. Doesn't have to be a joke. Kuno was just saying.
You look after yourself now, Copper. Death passed on you today. But men don't get that lucky twice.
I don't know, I'm pretty sure I almost died at the very beginning.
Copo Loco, good luck in Jamrock.
Thanks for getting involved, man.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, Copper.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
I will, Capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, 'cause the Hardy Boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Sorry, buddy. That was nice, though.
Kuno's gonna scram now. Can't be seen with pigs. Can't shit on Kuno's good name. So yeah, see you on the C4 island. Try not to get shot or drunk again. Kuno's counting on your ass.
Kuno will rejoin your party later.
Okay, bye. Oh my god. What does this say?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
You think you would see a bunch of blood right here, because, like, I think I see our blood here. That could just be paint.
This was Cindy the Skull. The red-dyed fuel oil, and blood. Some of it may even be yours. Looks like a giant mop was used to turn it into lettering. Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply, Fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
A bit of a pyro, but I don't want to ruin Cindy's art. She worked really hard on it. Question, how do I go about visiting
the
friend?
dented yellow mailbox greets
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. Maybe it's time to slow down. Enjoy life.
Right, because the Kim's car is in here. Shots are gone. No? See? No? Okay, both. Notebook. Out of location, so Feld Tower. I'm not gonna burn her art. Unless she wants us to. She's like, yeah, that'll make it really cool. Check out the two buildings. Talk to the fish lady. Maybe she has an idea of stuff. I'm all by myself. I don't have my partner with me. This is sad. Also, maybe put the gun away. Just maybe put the gun away real quick. We're not in danger anymore. I don't want to like trip and accidentally. Is it Lily? Lillian?
Officer, what happened? You're limping.
Lily.
Why are you limping? You look terrible.
People heard me. I want to talk to you about something else. I remember her name. I was just like, I know she's a fish lady with a sword.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual. So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead.
Scoff in a masculine manner.
Hi. I guess you are. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes.
Oh, no dialogue for this? Alright. Bombed to bits and landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steer clear.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it...
Right, I imagine we have to check the 2 other locations before just going straight to the island. What I'm guessing. Just to like, either be like, yeah, the shot was from here, or be like, nope, it wasn't from here. crazy, crazy time. What are we doing on time? 14-ish minutes? I can maybe check out both locations, get to the island, maybe see Kim. Just take out your flash. Yes, sir. It's blind as a bear. That's not true. Bats aren't blind. They have. Blind. Is it mole? Moles are blind. I think I'm here, so I guess this doesn't count. Unless they meant really like down here, the boardwalk. Alright. To the boardwalk. What do I know about angles and trajectory? They're around. Any of these buildings or anything? No. It's still highlighted. Whoop. Where? That's a game. You're telling me the 3% chance is the one that the shot was taken from? Oh, the top of the church tower. Church bell tower could be a good spot too. I'll check on that on the way out. Set the radio plays. Reeds at me. You got sushi, Luna? Oh, jealous. I wish we could have some sushi. Crab rolls. Ooh. California rolls. Nice. Treat yourself, queen. Treat yourself. Let's see if Crab Man, knows if anybody's been up there. I think Crab Man, or is he like... Interesting time for an autosave. Spicy lobster and crab rolls? Oh, I'm jealous.
Yes, what is it?
I don't know, you guys have been here. Has anybody...
Oh, hey, man. It's good.
No?
Goodbye, officer.
Alright, to the island. Let's see if anybody was like, oh yeah, well, we were in our tent. We totally heard a shot over here. It looks like nobody on this island heard a gunshot that night. So clearly it must have come from another island. I would like to visit Kim though. That actually sounds like a really nice idea. Friend. Smooshes on into my computer board for you. Yes. Thank you. We will enjoy it greatly.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
Game, you're making me scared.
Remember what the netpicker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this. There. This is now a rock and roll skiff. Why? Because rock and roll. Yeah. Sad rock and roll. Tune it to Sad FM. Sad FM. is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Oh. That's what I'm doing after streaming. We'll get our packet. Look at my cute little motor.
Want to be free. Want to be free.
Oh my god, it is sad rock music. Let's go.
It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free.
Looks delicious, Luna. Sushi now. Right? Sushi sounds amazing, doesn't it?
NinaMeep gifted Barfest 2 Subscription. NinaMeep gifted A-Tier 1 Sub to Barfest V2.
What's in your tweet? You should tweet yourself. Also enjoy your sub. Of course, I'm like, you're out here gifting subs and for some reason you won't give yourself a sub. Take a sub. Enjoy the emotes. And that way if I ever accidentally put on subscriber mode only, you can talk. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that happened. What's that in the corner? Is that oil? Quickly, where's Dawn and the ducks?
Want to be free.
Same goes to you, Barth. You don't have to be nice and gift your subs, but you know, we appreciate it. The large boats. Maybe it won't take too long.
The boat comes to a slow stop. You turn the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Wait. And quails fly? Yes, quails can fly short distances to escape predators, forage, and eat at night. They can also fly to establish observation posts in trees and low vegetation. Quail chicks as young as 10 days old can fly to roost with parents in the evening. They can fly, although not long distance as well as other birds. Barth, did you just give us money for sushi? Oh. Thank you. I'm gonna definitely post it in Discord then. Order it after stream. Yeah, because I was like, I thought quails couldn't fly because you know they walk on the ground. Most birds that walk on the ground like consistently don't have them. So cool. It's not really a fly. It's kind of like chickens. Like chickens can fly.
Good. You made it.
Kuno, how'd you get here?
I mapped the place out, and it looks like both of us aren't gonna make it. This is Death Island, the Hellmore. I don't know. Maybe Kuno's just pessimistic because of the massive speed hangover. I did scout the place out. I can fill you in.
Okay.
The kid turns away from you, cautiously looking to his left and right. He's on the edge.
Where is he? New skill point, let's go.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Cool fucking chain. Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno would use it to bring shit to the island.
Oh, there he is. He is just directly behind me.
Talk to Kuno.
Yeah, where's your friend?
Kuno doesn't want to talk about this shit.
Oh?
That is a look of a man who knows he'll be looking over his shoulder for the rest of his life.
Did you abandon her?
That toxic shit's behind Kuno now. Locust City. Kuno dropped that art shit because Kuno's fucking poor and has shit for brains.
A truly rare moment of self-pity.
You better not make Kuno fucking cry about his art shit, okay? Change the subject. Kuno doesn't do that shit no more. Fuck that shit. Fuck everything.
Kuno, you can be an artist. It's okay.
Totally, pig. Kuno's in the same shit every time he's coming off speed. You need to medicate that shit. Kuno's not into that hallucinogenic shit. That's for... If you want to take a real blasto, go down the coast to the old church where the speed freaks hang. Tell them Kuno sent you. They'll know what it means.
Okay. Alright, little buddy. We don't got much time, so, like, let's just take a quick gander. I see this little dot. Kuno, did you make your own raft? Kuno, you could have drowned. I appreciate you. Just get in the boat with me next time. Child. Inflammable. Does that mean it can't catch on fire? Hungry and Tracy household. What are we at? 2, 1? We're at 2 points. Okay. Save the points. Excuse you, I was having a thought bubble. You?
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
Inflammable means flammable? Why wouldn't they just say flammable? Second language. Inflammable versus flammable. Flammable and inflammable are similar words that both mean a substance can catch fire, but there is a slight difference that's important for safety. What's the difference? The word inflammable comes from the Latin word inflammare, which combines flammare, to catch fire, with the prefix in, meaning to cause. But in the 1920s, the National Fire Protection Association, NFPA, noticed that some people consider the prefix in to be negative and were at risk of burning themselves as a result. The non-English speaker, so I'd be like, oh, I've seen the word flammables. You know, people are like, hey, this is flammable. Don't smoke within 30 feet or 50 feet. And I'm like, got it. I see inflammable. I'm like, oh, it must be safe to... Pew, pew. We learned something new today. Nina streams. Wholesomeness, silliness, English lessons.
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Why are you counting?
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other.
So, pretty much you're saying, Barth, it's like, you got educated!
Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work, of great importance to the few who attend.
Alright, I imagine after all this dialogue, we'll be stopping, so Get ready to wrap up for a raid afterwards.
What? Yeah? Spooky ass island. That's how it is on spooky ass island. Silence and shit.
A silent hiss. See air moving through the needles of a pine tree. The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, a low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers called the Mama d'Aqua.
Are you telling me Nicole the Mama d'Aqua is here? Oh, hello, why did you... Hello? Hello, game. I don't know why you threw yourself way over there, but this is a good place to end. It's like, more things to explore. More things to do. There we go. There is some more. Kim is fine. He's in the hospital. I almost died. I shot somebody, but he didn't die. Kim murdered. A lot happened. A lot happened. But we found Ruby. That's what matters. So thank you everyone for sticking around. I'll get the raid message out for you, but Suzu's Masi.